Hey everybody, welcome to week 2 of Activision Blizzard Media's first esports tournament, the Agency Showdown. If this is your first time joining us tonight, the Agency Showdown was launched by Activision Blizzard Media to create a fun and exciting way for us all to connect while being socially distanced. And what a great job it has done. I'm Infinity, and I am back as your guide in week number 2 as we kick off the what is essentially playoffs now. We're down to our final 16 teams of the first 32 teams that entered into this tournament, and those 16 remaining teams this will be going head to head in, of course, Call of Duty Modern Warfare matches as they can continue to fight for glory of best agency and, of course, an epic trophy at the end for the ultimate champion. But of course, before we get into all the action we have tonight on our first day of week 2 action, I guess it's a good time to give you a quick overview of everything that's happened so far and what the remainder of this tournament will actually end up looking like. So of course, as I said, we've already gone down from 32 teams to 16. We've cut the field in half once. This week, we'll see round number 2 onwards, cut that field down in half once again. We're just down to our final 16 teams. Of course, once the round number 2 is over, we'll be moving on to the quarterfinals, which will see the final 8 teams taking each other on from Wednesday, April 29th. Can't speak for whatever reason. Then, of course, the semi-finals will be happening on Thursday, April 30th. And on Friday, we will be having our championship match where the final 2 teams face off for, of course, that coveted epic trophy and, of course, the title of best agencies. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the rules of this event, once again, we are playing on Call of Duty Modern Warfare. We have a rather limited map set of 6 maps, and all of those maps will take place on one of the best game modes of all time in Call of Duty history. Of course, it is Search and Destroy, a staple game mode here in our very first, I guess it's been there for a while, right? Search and Destroy. If you don't know how it works, essentially every single game of Search and Destroy will be played in a best of 11 format. It is a round-based game mode. Every round, one team will be offense, one team will act as defense. The offense, their job is to plant the bomb on one of 2 designated sites, A or B. If they can get that bomb down and get it to, well, explode, they win the round, and of course, therefore, the defense's job is to essentially protect those sites and stop the bomb going down. And if it does, they will then have the chance to defuse it and also win the round. It is also worth noting as well that these teams can win their respective rounds if they eliminate the other team for as long as that bomb is not down. So you can win by planting the bomb, or you can win via elimination. So that's how each round of Search and Destroy goes. We'll be playing 1st to 6 in every single map. And again, it is round-based game mode. There are no respawns in each round. So once you're out of the round, you've got to wait until next one. You've got to sit it out in the sin bin. And it's kind of a shame, in a way, for that next round. And again, best of 11, 1st to 6 victories takes the map. And it is worth noting as well that each match we will be seeing play, just like in week number 1, it will once again be a best of 3 here. So again, first 2 matches, they end up winning the overall series. So it's going to be great. That's basically how it works, Search and Destroy. And again, as your guide, I'll be sort of talking about everything you should be expecting in every single Search and Destroy maps. I'll be breaking down the actual maps themselves and battlegrounds on which these teams will be playing on. So you can count on me to let you guys know everything that's going to be happening. And of course, calling the action as it happens. Time to talk about the matches, though. We have, as I said, 32 teams entered this tournament. Now we have just 16 teams left, and that will surely make the matches that we have on stream all that much better, because trust me, some of these teams have been absolutely epic. Of course, our first match of the night here, our first round of 16 matchup is going to be between We Tried and #Agency Life. Both of these 2 teams kicked off their round number 1, their Agency Showdown campaign with 2-0 victories, of course. And I'm going to be doing this throughout the night. I did a little bit of prep to sort of see who I thought was going to make it through. I watched the matches back, and let me tell you something. We Tried and Agency Life, they both had great performances in their first rounds. But if I had to pick particular players for you guys to watch out here, for I guess for both sides, I say Cows Fly Together. They were a great player for Agency Life, and for We Tried, I've got to say Tuna Man. Those guys, for me, they really stepped up in their individual matches, and they are the MVPs for their respective sides here, going into match number 1. And I believe match number 1 is actually going to be ready to get underway. We have Search and Destroy and Crash. Now, again, just like I was doing last week. I'll be going through each of the maps and maybe giving you a little rundown of what each of those maps are, maybe a little context and how they play. Crash, well, I think for maybe any of you oldies here, any of you guys who maybe prefer the older Call of Duties, Crash is absolutely a map for you. It's been remastered time and time again, and there is a reason for that. It is such a fun map to play, and of course, it is a map that originally appeared in Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. It's been remastered a fair few times since. You can see it in the remastered version of Call of Duty 4. You can find it in Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, you can now find it in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. It is an incredibly very, very good map, right? One thing I will say, though, as we go into Search and Destroy, you'll notice that actually right off the rip that one of the bomb sites, which is actually going to be B, is very, very close to the defensive spawn. So you rarely, if ever, will see teams assault that B site. So it's going to be very interesting to see how many teams actually opt to go there. Of course, that is kind of why A is the preferred site. It is actually kind of hard for the defense to get there first, too. That being said, if you are on the offense, you don't really want to take too long to make your way towards the A site. But again, at this point in the tournament, in the round of 16, I feel like we've already kind of cut some of the teams that maybe wouldn't have made it in the second round already. So it is going to be very interesting to see how these two teams play. And again, I will point it out, just like I did before, Tuna Man and Cows Fly Together. They are the rosters, the players, sorry, that for me, I feel like they're the ones to look out for in this one. But without any further ado, let's get right into the action here. You and We Tried and hashtag Agency Life. Once again, going head-to-head in the round of 16. You and We Tried. Start off on defense. Remember, guys, here we are going to be kicking things off. Every 3 rounds is when these guys are going to be switching sides. So You and We Tried, well, they're going to get 3 tries. This defensive hold. Their first hasn't actually been that bad. Once again, I call them out as the MVP. Tunema going off, takes out the MVP of Agency Life. Cows Fly Together. Captain Pancake's gone too. And now it is up to Perceptive Sky against Tunaman and Yevkin in a 1 versus 2. Now, this is a good time to mention that the weaponry that Perceptive Sky has, it isn't actually that bad. Take a look at Yevkin and Tunaman, of course. They know what's up. They've got that Call of Duty League meta going on with the M4A1. Let's see now, though. What can Perceptive Sky do, of course? Has the bomb in hand, so at least has half of the puzzle completed here. All he needs now is the bomb site to plant on. Yevkin going to assault from below. This could be a great situation. Oh, that's Call of Duty timing there from Perceptive Sky. Tries to walk up the stairs, but behind him, nope. It's a denial. And now You and We Tried going to start this one as 1-0 up. And if you don't know what I mean by Call of Duty timing, it's something that we say as Call of Duty players to I guess, get out of stress when we lose a situation. So, oh, that was just Call of Duty timing. It's fine. But that is what we call Call of Duty timing, a classic, a prime example, if you will, of the remaining player, Perceptive Sky, turning around at the exact moment that Yevkin decides to push, and it doesn't work out for him in the end. You and Me Tried going to absolutely benefit off the back of that. Now, once again, of course, it is You and Me Tried on the defense once more. And guess who? It's Tunaman picking up first blood with that M4A1. Once again, now Agency Life. John in a 1 versus 3 as Perceptive Side going to fall to Kill Switch up top on the A site. And Cows Fly Together here. Going to have to rely on a really well put together flank. Unfortunately, Yevkin has his number. And You and Me Tried are going to start this one very, very strong. 2-0. Cows Fly Together maybe thought that they had a good opportunity for a flank, maybe a 1 versus 3 to pull off, but Yevkin says, no. This is my bomb site. Get out. Great start there from You and Me Tried. Of course, can they keep it clean going into the 3rd and final round of their defensive push? Kill Switch going to get tagged by a well-placed set nade from Agency Life. Of course, the sim shot in the back pocket for the Kill Switch. That is going to be their tactical equipment of choice. Is going to give them the chance to regen. Can't regenerate from that, I'm afraid. Captain Pancakes comes in what we call the drop shot. That's where you drop to the floor and get the kill at the same time. Now, though, it is just Yevkin in a 1 versus 3. Not the best performing player on You and Me Tried, actually. Far from it in their first round matchup here, though. The 1v3 is absolutely possible. Going to pre-aim the second kill, and the first is a good start. And now with the personal radar gets a second kill. The 3rd is absolutely possible. I may have just called this entirely too soon. Perceptive Sky here. Not the player you want in a 1 versus 1. Yevkin with that personal radar is going to absolutely know where Perceptive Sky is unless they have Ghost. Perceptive Sky, you have... Oh no, that's a 1 versus 3. I mean, Perceptive Sky, you have the heartbeat sensor. You need to use it. It just doesn't work. And We Tried are going to win a 3rd round off the back of Yevkin. I'm sorry, Yevkin. I called you out as a player you wouldn't want in that situation. Never mind. Absolutely the person you would. 4-0 start now from Yevkin. Make that 5-0 actually with that last kill on the Perceptive Sky. What a great kill to make. And a 3rd round straight. Retried have absolutely stunned Agency Life here at the start of this game. Now, we move into the next round. Of course, we are switching sides once again here because it is 4 rounds in. Let's see now what Agency Life can do on the defense. Tried, they played this one very aggressive. They've got straight control A, and that's what you kind of need to do. It does essentially force a rush situation on A, where the teams just butt heads straight away, but that is absolutely the play to make if you are Retried. You're going to start. Oh, what a play. 3 very clean kills, and Retried dominate the A-bomb site before Agency Life have a word in. Great performance from these guys. They are showing us here. I mean, if you guys didn't know already how to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare, this is how you play. Tried are showing up here. It's almost like I'm watching a game of competitive Call of Duty. Of course, if you guys want to watch some games of competitive Call of Duty, you can do so. Call of Duty League, it's on pretty much every 2 weeks. Challenges is actually coming up this weekend, so if you want to see how the amateurs play, by all means, absolutely do so. You can check that out at youtube.com/COD League. For now, though, Retried here. 4-0 start. Can they make it? Number 5, Cows Fly Together is in the sights of Tunaman. Unfortunately, Tunaman not able to get away with the snipe. Silent sniper rifle now. It's silencer on a sniper rifle. Never something I've actually agreed with, and that's why you missed the shot. Cows Fly Together finally, for the first time, I think, in 5 rounds here, able to draw first blood for #Agency Life. But Tried, they're ready to defend this B site. Yevkin with that first kill on the Sky. Now it's down to just a 2 versus 2. Of course, time absolutely on Retried's side. That's going to force Agency Life to make that first move. They are the ones that need to be trapped here. They are the ones that need to go for the bomb. And Yevkin takes down Cow Slide Together. This is going to make it so hard for Captain Pancakes. Not only do they need to enter the site, they need to do so pretty much fall asleep with 5 seconds remaining on the clock to get the defuse, and it's not going to happen. Retried once again. I mean, it started that round with a disadvantage. Dunaman loses that one-on-one to Cows Fly Together. You think maybe it's going to be a first round for Agency Life. It just doesn't happen. Retried here, once again, playing this very, very well. Even better than they did against the Kimbros in round number 1. And it was Tunaman there that was the MVP for me now. Yevkin is coming out to play the most silent player, I feel, actually, in their very first matchup against the Kimbros. This time around, having an absolute barn burner at 9-0. Agency Life completely stunned, completely silenced. What can Yevkin conquer up here? On their own here, Yevkin, towards this A site. Of course, actually surrounded by Agency Life. Apologies. Not best. You guys, can hear me not. All right, guys. Hey, we're back now with the ABMedia Agency Showdown. Apologies if I talk sound like or sound terrible. I'll try and get it in while maybe I can. In the UK right now, which is where I'm from, if you couldn't tell by my superior accent, that we're having some serious issues with a certain ISP. I won't say what the ISP is. We're having some serious ISP issues here. So our internet is all over the place right now, so I'm disconnecting instantly. Actually, it is just my luck that, to be fair, today it hasn't been that bad. Like, it's been going off like a couple of times, and then when when we start streaming, of course, the internet gets 10 times worse. So I will do my best to cast, guys. But if I do happen to drop out at any point, of course, you guys are going to be eternally sad. But if that does happen, I apologize, and just know that it is not my connection, it is the entirety of the United Kingdom. So yeah, that's just life. But that is what happens when you live in what is essentially a very behind country with internet. Regardless, I'm going to try and make my way back to the game. As I understand it, Agency Life have just come back and won 6-3 after getting absolutely stomped on Crash. I believe the second map was Ramatsa. I didn't expect that whatsoever. So now we are going to be going to a game number 3. But again, I will just clarify that if I disconnect at any point during this entire process, it is fully down to my ISP. So again, I apologize for any disconnections. Then again, maybe you guys are going to enjoy gameplay without my voiceover. Who knows? That being said, I actually am kind of sad that I didn't get to see Agency Life come back in the way that they did. As I understand it, they were 2-0 up. UMU tried with 2-0 up on Ramatsa, and then it was essentially what was 5 rounds straight for Agency Life to come back in. When 5-2 up, they fumbled round number 8, but they were able to finish it in round number 9 and end up winning 6-3. So great performance from them. That means that we are going to be seeing a third and final map in this series. Of course, it is going to be played on St. Petrograd Search and Destroy. It is, again, St. Petrograd. For those of you who don't know, it is a map just like Ramatsa that's actually been in the competitive rotation. So it is played by the professional players in the Franchise League, the Call of Duty League, and of course in the amateur section of that in Challengers. So I've seen this map played a hell of a lot, like a ton, right? I know how this map is played like a back of my hand by the competitive players at the very least. Of course, from my experience casting last week, this map is played quite differently in a casual setting. So normally, under any circumstance, I'll say, as I always do, normally in a competitive circumstance or a competitive situation, you would see teams essentially rushing towards A, both on the offense and the defense. And that is literally the only bomb site that you will see because it is the closest one to both the offense and defensive spawn. Rotating towards B is not beneficial to the offensive team, like, ever. Simple reason for that is because, again, it's one of those situations where the B-bomb site is literally right outside the spawn of the defense. It takes a hell of a while. You have to run a marathon to actually get to that side of the map, to that specific bomb site. And I think by the time that you actually made that rotation, you essentially just make the defense completely aware of which bomb site you're going to just by the default of the fact that you're not going to A. So that is kind of how it works. This is kind of why nobody ever goes towards B. That being said, now we are going to be getting into our third map, of our first match of the night. Again, it is going to be UMU Tried going up against #Agency Life. And of course, UMU Tried once again in moving straight towards A. This is something we haven't seen before. It's actually going to be kill switch of an LMG in hand. And again, haven't seen this just yet. Of course, gas grenade thrown out here by #Agency Life. Don't know if that actually connected onto Yevkin, but I do know for a fact that Captain Pancakes actually won that first engagement against Yevkin. So now is a 3 versus 2 here. UMU Tried down to Kill Switch and Tuna Man. Of course, the players that performed for UMU Tried in that very first match yesterday. Or beforehand, I should say. #Agency Life now, though. Looking to further their advantage, you can see on the minimap now, Kill Switch and Tuna Man making their rotation towards the B site. This PKM in hand for a Kill Switch, looking to gain an advantage. But now going down Kill Switch, unfortunately, Tuna Man, the defense has gone down, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for kill switch. The attempt at the drop shot comes in, but Calcify Together has something to say about that. MP7 in hand, and that is a great fight to win for Calcify Together. The first blood for the hashtag Agency Life side has gone their way. Great start here from hashtag Agency Life again, and you can kind of get a hint to why they managed to resurge against this We Tried side. They looked very, very good apparently in that Ramatsa match. I actually got to watch a little bit before my internet died, or in between the moments where I made internet. Or maybe I'm lagging right now. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe people can hear me. I really don't know anymore. But We Try here. And now okay. All right, guys, sorry about that. My internet dropped again, and this is probably going to keep on happening throughout the night again. Just to remind everyone who was here that this is the disaster of the UK internet situation right now, is that the internet is consistently going down. So I will do my best to commentate the situation as and when it develops. But for, I guess, the information, well, I guess what I've missed and you guys haven't so far is that Yomi tried now 3-1 up in the search and destroy. Now need to retake this bomb that Agency Life have got down. Captain Pancakes and Tuna Man going one-on-one in the apartments. Captain Pancakes comes out on top of that one. So now Yevkin and Killswitch left up for the retake. And that's a great start from Killswitch, but 20 seconds left in the round. Agency Life, they kind of need to go now. Agency Life gets that first kill. Killswitch, though, gonna die. And now it's just Yevkin left up. 1 versus 2. Doesn't even have the time, even if they were to win that fight inside the apartments. And Agency Life, well, there's still life in them yet. They do win that round. Right then, so Agency Life, another round on the board here. They're playing them very, very close. Again, we've had a bit of a tumultuous series so far. UME tried started off 6-0 on Crash. Then, of course, from Marta Search and Destroy, we saw a great reply from Agency Life, who ended up winning that one 6-3. Again, a very close Search and Destroy so far. UME tried, though. They're going to start this round very, very strong in the mid-map. Killswitch and Yevkin both win their respective one-on-one engagements. It's now on a Cows Fly Together in a 1 versus 3. And the problem for Cows Fly Together here is even if they do get the kills, they have to go back into the bomb. Maybe not. Those first 2 gunfights go their way. And now it's a 1 versus 1, just like that. Killswitch versus Cows Fly Together. Cows Fly Together, of course, may have the high ground here. And, of course, if you're Obi-Wan Kenobi, that's the best possible thing you can have, of course. Unfortunately, Cows Fly Together is not Obi-Wan Kenobi, but they do have an MP7 in hand. It doesn't work out. Oh, my word. For a second there, I thought it was not going to go very well. But Killswitch has their number, gets the one-on-one. Deary me. That was a very close affair. This round just going to start with Captain Packet 2 versus 2. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not in the game. Hey guys, what's going on? Of course, apologies again, I will say it, just as I jump back in with the Activision Blizzard Media Agency Showdown from my internet issues. This is just great. It's just great. What we love to see, of course, UK ISP are really messing us up here tonight. But fortunately for you, and we tried, of course, they don't need casting to get through their first match of the evening. They finally do so. I believe they take down Agency Life 6-3 in our final match of the final map of this first series of the evening. That makes them 2-1 victors over hashtag Agency Life, and that means they go through to the final 8 starting on Wednesday. So congratulations to them. Of course, all of the team pulling their weight there, but I believe that was a particularly good game for a kill switch, that last one. So congratulations to you, and we tried. They go on to the top 8. Commiserations to hashtag Agency Life top 16, though. Not a bad performance whatsoever. That being said, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to throw it to a quick break, do what we can to fix these issues. I suppose whatever we can. I don't know what we can do, but we'll give it a try, and we'll be back with match number 2 right after this. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Activision Blizzard Media Agency Showdown. If you're just joining us, well, you haven't missed all that much in terms of casting, at the very least, because my internet's been going haywire. The first match of the evening, the 2-1, it went all the way to game number 3. We tried 6-0, of course, 3 victory, but not for the 6-3. Also, so we're going to try as the first in the top 8 of this tournament. And now we're talking about
Hello everyone, thank you for watching. As you can tell, our wonderful caster Brody Lyon is continuing to have some internet trouble, so we're going to get right off into the first match of the first map of this matchup without him, and hopefully we'll be able to get back to him. So this is going to be the Inner Circle versus Flicka. They're going to be playing Search and Destroy on Tausig Backlot. Get you some of that good Call of Duty action coming in now.
All right, apologies for that, guys. Again, I will reinstate if I do just randomly drop out. And again, it is just the internet in the UK right now. It is it's having a wild day. I think it's fair to say. That being said, the Inner Circle going head to head with Flicka right now, of course, and it is going to be the Inner Circle starting things off on offense. Now, once again, what I was trying to say before was that both the Inner Circle and Flicka, in their first matches of the tournament, in round number 1, they actually went 2-1 with both of their opponents. So it's hoping for a very close series between these two sides. For now, though, the Inner Circle have made their way towards the A site. They've got the bomb down, but a great start there. Thinking One picks up a beautiful 2-piece. Jet McSteel finds the third, and Flicker able to start this one 1-0 over the Inner Circle. Bit of info for you guys. These two teams have actually played Backlot at least once in that first round, of course. Map number 2 for the Inner Circle. They actually lost it 6-3. I think Flicker's first time on this map, though, was actually a lot worse. They were 6-0'd by the Mindshare brothers. So that was an interesting affair, let me tell you that much. Of course, it wasn't that very same series where Flicker came back and ended up taking it 6-5, 6-5. Said Flicker here looking a little bit better on their first round. They take it. Now have a 1-0 advantage on the defense, playing rather aggressive. Thinking One starts off with first blood once again. Ulskrid, who I would call out as the MVP for this Inner Circle lineup, had a great performance against the T-Bell Bros. Down for the count in both round number 1 and round number 2. Flicker now trying to respond. Just like that, Thinking One takes his 4th head in 2 rounds. Now down to Balerion, the Dread hit. 1 versus 3. Once again, it was Ulskriv in the previous round. How can Balerion do it here? Bomb in hand. Not anything to be done. I believe that was actually Thinking One to slap him down for the final kill. So that is what we call an ace, ladies and gents. That was actually Region for 2. Never mind. Thanks for spoiling my fun, Region. Love to see it. But a slap down for Region for 2 who actually was the player that I had down as the player to watch out for on this Flicker side after having a great performance versus the Mindshare brothers. Or the Mindfest Battlers, actually. I don't know why I've been saying brothers, but the Mindshare Battlers are the team that they actually beat out 2-1. But that is Rejump for 2. Just finishes it up. And again, the player to watch out for from me. But so far, Thinking One is actually proven to be the best player on this Flicker side. Now, though, a change of strategy from the Inner Circle. They make their way over towards B. Ulskriv with the MP5 in hand. Put some shots down. None of them really going to connect, but at least they know where Chet McSteel is. This is the danger zone for Chet. needs backup from Thinking One and rejump for 2. Of course, the ladder player inside the mid-map is ready to help out this Flicka side. The inner circle, however, they've still got some ideas. They've got their eyes on that B-bomb site. In their way up very slowly. Again, it's Old Script with the MP5 in hand. The furthest player pushed up here for the inner circle. And again, as they can take out Chet McSteel, this could be basically a free plant over towards B. Nobody's really going to stop it, but as it currently stands, if anything, the inner circle just giving up a little bit of time here for the Flicka side to make their way on the flank. Of course, Voltage does spot out Rejumper 2, who is actually attempting very stead flank. Now Thinking One coming on the flank. Chet McSteel takes down Voltage, and it is now a 1 versus 1 against Chet McSteel, the very player that they were trying to take out of the start of the round. Oscrip turns the corner, gets the kill, and that's not a fight, in my opinion, that they should win. The inner circle come out on top, 2-1 down. Still, but Oscrip comes out with that one-on-one engagement. An important round to win in the grand scheme of things. They lose that, they would have been 3-0 down. What a performance that was. Now we move into round number 4, of course. Every 3 rounds, that is when these teams are going to be switching sides in Search and Destroy here in the casual rule set for Call of Duty Modern Warfare. So Flicka end their defensive run 2-1 up. What a nade from the start there, though. Thinking One places a nade right at the feet of Balerion the Dread. Ulscript, though, does respawn, and Rejumper 2 is now down. Thinking One takes some shots from the mid-map, and that's going to be Voltage taking that kill. It's down to Chet McSteel now in a 1 versus 2. Against Ulscrip and Voltage. I can't actually switch to him for whatever reason, but it is going to be Chet McSteel in the mid-map. Has a MP5 with a rather interesting sight on it. This is something we never really see, that hybrid zoom scope, not on the MP5 at the very least. We'll be able to run across the mid-map pretty much undetected. I don't believe Voltage will have seen it. I think Ulscrip is ready for a push nonetheless. The ladder, that's where Ulscrip thinks this push is going to come from. Instead, goes down the stairs at the right time, and the inner circle is going to end up winning that round. Ulscrip takes the 1 versus 1 over at Construction, wins it. Better Call of Duty timing on their side, but still. Great round win there from the inner circle, as we are now 2 for 2 here in a very, very close, intense affair. I said it would be really close. Again, remember that both of these sides in their round number 1 matchups went all the way to game number 3 with their opponents, and pretty much all across the board it was very close maps. Looking now again on the defense, they're on the offense. Ulscrip comes so aggressive on the defense, picks up a beautiful 2-piece with the MP5, still benefiting from the dead silence that has been activated too, and that's why they didn't see it coming. They certainly didn't hear it. The headset's not going to help Thinking One. Re-jump for 2 there, and now it's down to Chet McSteel in a 1 versus 3 hit. Overkill going to give the sniper rifle and the MP5 a bit of love here. Chet McSteel with the thermal is going to be able to therefore see some heat signatures as players peek their way around. Oh my god, doesn't actually spot Voltage as they peek out. And that's so unfortunate there. Chet McSteel in this 1 versus 3 is just looking for any information at all. Going to find it. Of course, it's actually going to be P90, sorry, the secondary. Again, this is one of those submachine guns that doesn't actually get enough love. It's a very, very well-known weapon, of course. It used to be one of the most overpowered weapons in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3. In this Modern Warfare reboot, not exactly. But in a circle, 3 rounds on the bounce now. Flicka started this one 2-0. And you're going to see Voltage now finish up with one of the new DLC weapons added to Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the Grau 5.56. Voltage going to pick up that final kill in the round, and again, and a 3-2 advantage here to the inner circle. Got to remember, guys, that Flicka again. This map clearly not their cup of tea, as we would like to see, say in English. I don't know what the equivalent would be in America for you guys. I don't think I'm credited. Clearly not their type of burger. I don't know. Regardless, Flicka. 3-2 down now. Sorry guys, I've tickled myself with that one. Flicka now. 3-2 down in this game. And there we go, great start from Ulscrip. Picks up that first kill onto Rejump for 2. Thinking One has just been left in a 1 versus 2 very quickly. Looking for the ace now in this round. We're going to run towards the bomb, get shot in the back there. And a beautiful round once again executed by the Inner Circle. And I like this from the Inner Circle. They're starting a little bit more confident. You can see in the way that they're playing. Ulscriv moves forward. And again, Inner Circle, 4 rounds straight now. They're looking on form. Flicka kind of have to put a stop to them rather quickly, in my opinion. They've been absolutely shut down in the past few rounds, and even Thinking One, who has had a great game, just can't do anything here. I think, to be fair, a clutch play. Thinking One actually now going to employ that personal radar that he earned early on in this round. That's going to give him some information as to where the Inner Circle players are. Of course, it doesn't really matter all that much because the Inner Circles have already made their way through. Thinking One dies, and all the information from the personal radar going to disappear. The Inner Circle now, 3 versus 2. They have the bomb in hand. Voltage is going to get it down. And Chet McSteel and Rejump for 2 hit in a 2 versus 3. Here's a 1 versus 3 now for Chet McSteel. Sniper rifle in hand. Couldn't do this before. It is worth noting. Can they do it now? No, is the answer. Oh dear, that is not good. As the Inner Circle now win 5 rounds on the bounce. What a performance from them. There's Ulscriv. They're going to finish off. And again, I said it at the start of this matchup, Ulscriv is the player you want to watch out for. They had an insane performance for their side in that very first matchup against the T-Bell Bros. Across the board, just dominated. And actually, it was when they were quiet on backlot in that second match where the Inner Circle, they actually lost here. Once again, 11-2. Different weapon choice as well, I will say. It was an M4 that was signature for all the Ulscriv in their first appearance. Agency Showdown here. The Ulscriv side is looking pretty good. Some shots with that MP5. Unfortunately, not able to finish the kill. Has to be wary because Rejump for 2 is approaching from the mid-map. Again, a silenced M4. Not going to work out. Got to be much more wary of your surroundings there. And now it leaves, of course, one more player left up for Flicka. And it's done. And it is dusted. The Inner Circle, 6 rounds straight. What a performance there in map number 1. Flicka started 2-0. And I thought, dear me, this is already done for the Inner Circle. Maybe not in the Inner Circle at all anymore. Flicka started that so strong. And I've got a feel for them. They were just rolled over. 6 rounds straight. I mean, it was just the aggression. And you could absolutely tell just the immediate change of pace. Like straight away, the pace changed. Like not even like 2 seconds in. So great performance there from Flicka. They are going to, from the Inner Circle, sorry, they're going to win 6 rounds straight. To win that one 6-2. So good stuff for them. That being said, we're now going to be moving into the second map in the series. I'm not sure what it is. I've just got to join back into the lobby. It's going to be Gunrunner, Search and Destroy. We do love a bit of Gunrunner, of course, because unlike Backlot, it is going to be a map which is in the competitive Call of Duty rotation. Both of these 2 teams have seen victories on Gunrunner, of course, for the Inner Circle. It was actually a 6-2 victory over the T-Bell Bros. For Flicka, it was actually a round 11 in map number 2 against the Mindshare Battlers. So very close affair for Flicka. If I'm honest, I still kind of give the edge to the Inner Circle here. But what I would say, again, it just doesn't really seem like Backlot is the map for Flicka. Again, they lost it 6-0 versus the Mindshare Battles, and then of course now they're losing it 6-2, and that's off the back of starting 2-0 up as well. So for me, maybe something isn't really right for Flicka here on Backlot. Maybe it's a map they need to go home and practice. I don't know if they want to put that much practice into it, right? But even if they do, I think Backlot is certainly the place to start if you are this Flicka side. That being said, I believe map number 2 is about to get underway. It is going to be Gunrunner, Search and Destroy. And remember, guys, this is a Call of Duty League maps. This is something that, again, one of those maps that I see time and time and again. It is a very fun map. It kind of I guess it's good for both long-range battles and close quarter combat because you've kind of got these areas in the mid-map where everything gets really close quarters. It's where your subs and your shotguns are going to thrive. And then, of course, towards the back sides of the map, you'll have areas, those long-range sites where maybe your sniper rifles or your M4s, or I say M4s because we actually do see a variety of assault rifles here. So your assault rifles come into play. I will also say it's very odd that I haven't seen any marksman rifle play at all in the Agency Showdown. Marksman rifles are incredibly OP, especially if you've got like certain controllers that will give you like trigger stops, right? So I'm very surprised that I haven't seen any marksman rifle play. That being said, I am kind of proud that these guys have been going with the Call of Duty League meta, which is the M4 and the MP5, with a little bit of Growl thrown in, and of course the 725, which Regen was very good with on this very map when they played Mindshare Battlers. That being said, of course, we talk about Gun Runner so often, we talk about it being an incredibly one-sided map, and this is exactly why the Inner Circle are able to get Everybody, welcome back to, well, I suppose welcome back. I mean, I'm here casting, I guess. I don't really know if I'm here casting or not, but again, internet goes down, I really don't know anymore. That being said, I believe Inner Circle now 2-0 over Flicka. That means they officially are going through to the top 8. Again, apologies, guys, that I was unable to cast that last game. It looked incredible, and I would have just loved to cast some moments that did appear. As I said, though, that means the Inner Circle are through to the top 8. They join We Tried there as the second team moving on to the next round of play here in the single elimination bracket we have for the Agency Showdown. That being said, guys, what we're going to do is take yet another break while we try to figure out exactly what we're doing. We'll be back, I believe, in about half an hour. I don't know. I think exactly. I think that's what we're going for here in half an hour time. And that should give us some time to maybe fix the issues. Then again, we have no control over these internet issues again because. Well, regardless, anyway, we're going to be back in about half an hour with some more Call of Duty. Thank you. Hey everybody, welcome back with Activision Blizzard Media's first esports tournament, the Agency Showdown. We've just had a nice little break for us to catch our breath after what have been two incredible series to kick off tonight's matches, of course. You and Me Tried and the Inner Circle, the first two teams inside the quarterfinals after beating #Agency Life and Flicka, respectively. Both victories, pretty close affairs, actually. That being said, that means we're halfway through tonight's matches and we do have two more matches to go. Those two matches, of course, being Racket and Aligned by EOD. That is going to be the next matchup. And then, of course, if we close out that, we're going to be having Farm Team versus the Off Pattern. So those are the two matches that we have yet to come tonight. But, of course, first up is going to be Racket taking on Aligned by EOD, of course, for the third spot, in the quarterfinals. Both of these two teams in their round number one matchups went 2-0 versus their opponents. Both were pretty close affairs as well. Racket beat down 2-0 over Goodfellas. It was a 6-5, 6-4 victory for them in maps number one and maps number two. For Aligned by EOD, again, quite a similar sort of affair, 6-3 and then 6-4 for them. So technically they got it better off. But again, you just don't really know which one was sort of the worst opponent in comparison when you look at Goodfellas and JHK or JHF. I don't know what it was now. But regardless, that's going to be the match we have now. Racket and Aligned by EOD, and these two teams are very, very exciting to me. Now, before we did the cast tonight, I actually went back and watched a couple of the VODs from last week, and seeing this matchup on the card was really exciting for me. Again, Racket, you've got a few good names on this roster. COVID-19, Silly, I think. I've been calling him Silly. I don't know. I'll probably get told that I'm wrong and call him Silly. That's the player. It's Sir Sly. That's what I've been told to call him. It's Sir Sly today, actually. Last week it was SSE. SLY, which wasn't helpful at all to me calling it. So I think they've changed it now to Sir Sly, which helps me greatly. Had I actually looked at the lobby, I would have probably seen that. So Sir Sly, the player to look out for actually on Racket. For Aligned by EOD, again, there are a couple of names on that roster that played so well in that first round matchup. You've got El Conquistador, which I'm very surprised that I can say without tripping up, and Jib. Two players for me that are incredible. They played so well, and of course GK David has their moments too. So great performances from both of these rosters. I'm very, very excited to get into this one, and we'll be kicking things off once again on Hackney Yard Search and Destroy, an ex-Call of Duty League map. This is again one of my favorite maps in the game. It plays so well on hardpoint, so well on domination, and it's not that bad on Search and Destroy either. And again, if you are just joining us here, maybe you're wondering what the hell's going on in this stream. This is a Search and Destroy only single elimination tournament. Every single map you'll be seeing played tonight will be played on Search and Destroy exclusively. So if you're a big fan of the no respawn game mode, well, this is the stream for you. This is the tournament for you, because that's all we're going to be seeing, Search and Destroy across the board. And let me tell you something, that platform has enabled us to see some great matchups across both the first round and now, of course, the second. So no doubt that it will continue to serve as a great game mode going into the next round of play on Wednesday. For now, though, of course, Monday and Tuesday, we're both looking at the round of 16. We have 8 slots to give up for those quarterfinals. And only the best will continue on in the Agency Showdown. Let's see who is the best between Racket and Aligned by EOD. These two teams taking on each other for a spot in the quarterfinals again. We're going to be kicking things off with Racket on the offense again. I'll say it every single time we jump into these Search and Destroy maps. These two teams, they switch sides every 3 rounds. So Racket have 3 goes at the bat for offense. And off the back of this one, it's going to be Sir Sly with the bomb in hand. High alert's going to alert him to a present danger on the top there of offices. That's going to be GK David taking them down. Now Aligned by ED in a 3 versus 2. Bomb in absolutely no man's land. Racket has to go and retrieve that. And this is one of those problems where you take the bomb towards B, you don't cover it properly, and then of course you get eliminated. COVID-19 now left up in a 1 versus 2, goes for that re-challenge onto El Conquistador, and El Conquistador is going to punish. Aligned by EOD here. Gonna be starting this one strong. And once again, you really need to be careful with where you put that bomb. And I think as we come to the late stages of the tournament, when things get a little bit tighter, per se, when your mistakes are going to be capitalized on a lot more, this is one of those situations where you cannot make mistakes like that. They will be punished, and they most certainly were in the first round. As I say that, El Conquistador gets a little bit aggressive towards the mid-map. COVID-19 shuts him down, and now, of course, it's automatically a 3 versus 2 in favor of Racket. Make that a 3 versus 1. Sir takes Jib down with a punch to the face, and now it's down to GK David, P90 in hand, to stop this bomb from going down over towards A. Has actually dead silence to utilize. Will they utilize it in time? I don't think so. Stun gets thrown out right against GK David. 40 seconds left here for GK David to make something work, and I really don't know if they're going to. Pushed right to the back of the map again. Dead silence has not been utilized, so COVID-19 is going to be well aware of where GK David is. As soon as they turn this corner, COVID-19 will have their number. Surely not. There it is. GK David actually going to win the gunfight, so 20 seconds remaining. I don't necessarily know if there's enough time for GK David to run towards the bomb site and get that defuse, even if they were to do so completely uncontested. That's, of course, not the case. Fly and Chris Juggernaut are watching this site with eagle eyes. It's not going to matter now, although GK David enters the site. And again, one of those situations there where you're in a 1 versus 2, time has passed for you to grab the defuse. Don't feed them kills. Because, of course, at this stage of the game as well, because, again, we're not playing competitive rule set. Streaks are absolutely in here. You're essentially feeding what could be a streak to Sir Sly there. Of course, now I believe they're 1 kill away from a personal radar, which can be extremely helpful. Of course, the information that will give you. And if you're unaware what a personal radar is, it's a streak in this game. It provides you with information as to where your opponents are. Sir Sly is now just 1 kill away from earning said streak, and Juggernaut going to start this round very, very strong. Gets that first opening blood onto Jib, gets away with that life 2 from the second. El Conquistador going for the reach out. Does Chris Juggernaut get this reload in before it comes in? They do, but a nade thrown out from Chris Juggernaut. I think it might even connect to it by pushing El Conquistador. Not going to matter. GK19 takes out GK David, and now it's El Conquistador here in a 1 versus 3. Gets the first blood onto COVID-19. Second in front. Not going to get it, and Sir Sly wins that gunfight as well. That is a huge fight to win if you are Sir Sly. Because now, of course, as I said, you have that streak in your back pocket. That's a huge one to win. Racket, though, at the end of round number 3, are going to have a 2-1 advantage here. Now we're going to switch sides, of course. So, aligned by EOD are on the offense. Sir Sly, of course, will have a portable radar, but they're running it in their back pocket. Of course, again, that is presuming they are running that streak. Not really going to need it right now. Sir Sly has been giving a lot of room to breathe on top of these office space. Unfortunately for Sir Sly, doesn't hear El Conquistador coming through that door. Jib takes down a second too. COVID-19 down for the count. I wish that was the case in real life. And now Chris Juggernaut here in a 1 versus 3. What can they do? To be honest, I don't know if there's that much you can do in this scenario. You're a little bit far away. This is one of the harder bomb sites to actually re-entry into in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. GK David in the power position. Chris Juggernaut is about to walk right into the trap. There it is. Thermite thrown by GK David. I believe that's actually what finishes them off as well. Aligned by you, you're going to tie this one up. And again, it is so hard to retake, especially when you win those opening gunfights. It's actually Jib to finish off with the bullets, but it doesn't really take many bullets when a player is already weak from the thermite, which of course is a grenade, which essentially, when thrown at you, it takes your health down by burning you away. Burning your... Well, you know, we won't go into detail about what it exactly does. It's quite graphic, but... Nice thermite grenade there from GK David. Enables Jib to get the final kill with just a couple of bullets. And aligned by ED, able to tie this game up at 2 for 2. Racket now in a 3 versus 3 once again. They've got all their men up here on the defense. Sir Sly once again the player. Oh, and that's so unfortunate. Throws a nade at the wrong time. Jib comes running out the door with that MP5. Gets the kill. Of course, is made weak by the nade, but no kill for Racket. 2 versus 2. COVID-19 going to peek the corner and takes out GK David. But it is once again Jib and El Conquistador in a 2 versus 2. And what a save there from El Conquistador. Jib was planting a bomb. Chris Juggernaut comes in for the kill. And El Conquistador with the cover And now COVID-19 in a 1 versus 2. The shot's going down. Of course, El Conquistador is fully aware of where COVID-19 is. The RPG from COVID-19 is a classic strategy. COVID now looking for these final kills in the 1 versus 2. Of course, Jib in the offices. COVID-19 is not going to be aware of that. And now, technically speaking, if they can get the first kill onto Jib, this is entirely possible, but Jib turns around, picks up the kill onto El Conquistador, and once again, a beautifully played round aligned by EOD. They have these entries set up into A so well. By now, I kind of would have expected a better response than just sending Cerceli over towards top off. Hey everybody, welcome back to Activision Blizzard Media's first esports tournament, the Agency Showdown. Of course, you have just seen, aligned by EOD, 6-3 Racket in the first match, or I said the first map of the third map. Or third match. I'm getting mixed up in my lingo here. But regardless, what a great map it was again. I think Racket actually won the first 2 rounds, 2-0 start for them, then aligned by EOD just swooped 5 rounds straight. Great comeback from them, actually. I think a great adaptation overall, what we really love to see from a side like that. That being said, now, map number 2 is about to get underway. Of course, it is going to be Search and Destroy on Ramasa. This is actually a Call of Duty League map. For those of you who are unaware, this is a map that the pros and everyone in challenges plays competitively. And again, this is actually one of those times that I've seen it time and time again played. And it's fairly balanced maps. Now, generally speaking, you're going to see sort of players and teams move towards one bomb. They'll prefer one bomb site. This is actually one of those maps where it's kind of like you often see A pushes, you often see B pushes. It's actually a fairly 50-50 situation. So in terms of Ramasa, this is one of the more exciting maps in the game. And of course, one of the best parts about this is, even though I would say it's like 75% close quarters, this is going to be a map where your SMGs, your shotguns are going to be really good. There is still opportunities for your sniper rifles and your ARs to see play. As a matter of fact, I think it was like Zoomer on the New York Subliners yesterday that was playing so well. It was the day before, actually. Was playing so well with a sniper rifle on this very map. So it is possible to use. It's just you've got to have like a very, very good skill to use it. And to be fair, some of these players, especially with the way they played map number 1, the way they played that round 1 matches, I absolutely could see them running the boomstick quite well. That being said, I believe map 1 is ready to get underway. Again, it is going to be Ramasa Search and Destroy to see this series out. Remember, aligned by EOD, already 1-0 up here, looking for their second map win. They win this, they move on to the next round, and we move on to our final series of the night, which will be between, again, Farm Team versus the Off Patterns. That's going to be a very interesting affair. For now, though, this is going to be one of my favorite matches so far, aligned by EOD and Racket. Both very, very close teams, I feel, in terms of their skill gap, but aligned by EOD proving just a little bit better in map number 1. Let's see if we can see a response by Racket. Of course, I'm interested to see, straight off the bat here, what are the weaponry that Racket go with? Of course, COVID-19 going with the M4A1. Surslide, the only player really on Racket who isn't going with what we call normal weaponry. They've actually pulled out the FAMAS, or the FR 5.56 for kills in this one. You look across the board for a line by EOD, and again, everything seems kind of normal. MP5s and M4A1s, that's Call of Duty League meta right there. For now, though, Racket, they are going to be the team on offense straight away. Bomb in hand for Sir Sly. Initially aiming for a B push, but I think with the moves that Chris Juggernaut and COVID-19 have made towards A, they might now be angling for something towards A. Now, I do love this from Sir Sly. This is the first time we've seen it today. It's going to be the heartbeat sensor. This is, I will say, one of the most overpowered pieces of equipment in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. It essentially lets you use a UAV in your hands for at least, I think it's like 30 meters in front of you. And Sir Sly has used it rather effectively. Actually calls out where GK David is, but they don't do anything with that information. Of course, GK David able to pull off a kill off the back of it. Gets a second too, as Sir Sly with an RPG in their hand. Feels a little bit neutered, and now it just comes down to 1 versus 1 here for GK David against Chris Juggernaut. Now, Racket 1-0 up here after that win over towards A. Great one-on-one engagement won by Sir Sly. Oh, sorry, Chris Juggernaut. Now aligned by EOD here. In this situation, looking to answer back just as quickly as they lost that first round. Now, they're going to be relying on El Conquistador, as he's the only man, the Lone Ranger, towards this B site defending with the M4 in hand. This is a good weaponry to use. Got to be careful though. Chris Juggernaut, COVID-19, and Sir Sly will make their move relatively quickly. Or will they? I mean, that's the question. The longer they take it, actually assaulting this B site, the longer it gives a line by AD to set up a defensive pinch. Of course, you do see a player positioning for such a pinch in the mid-map. That's going to be Jib. First move goes down, though. El Conquistador takes down Sir Sly. Potential flank coming in here from number 2, COVID-19. Oh, my goodness. El Conquistador picks up that kill onto COVID-19, aligned by EOD. Are going to respond very quickly. And I got a feel there for COVID-19. El Conquistador wins that fight very much up close. I don't think COVID-19 was actually aware entirely of where El Conquistador was. Now though, 1-1 in this game so far. Remember, this is the last round. We're going to see Racket on the offense before they switch sides. Sir Sly once again with the bomb in hand. Was utilizing that heartbeat sensor, going through the mid-map rather slowly, just making sure that nobody is trying to camp out any corners like GK David did in the prior attempt towards this A site. Once again, it will be GK David and Jib over towards A. El Conquistador settling on this B defense. Sly surely has spotted out. Jib does, but Jib gets away before any of those shots are going to connect. GK David takes the head off Chris Juggernaut, and already here, Racket be one man down, aligned by EOD, doing great on the defense. Gonna have to be careful because El Conquistador now pushing him from behind, gets the first kill. Now COVID-19 here in a 1 versus 3. M4A1 up top. Gonna have to play this very quietly. Doesn't have Dead Silence ready to use. Is about 60% of the way through earning it. A kill would probably get him there. But again, you've just got to make that kill. You have to do something here. And to be fair to COVID-19, they do have a little bit of time to work with. 45 seconds is an eternity in Call of Duty time. El Conquistador, Jib, and GK David, though, again, they have the numbers advantage here. They are not the ones that need to play aggressor. It is absolutely down to COVID-19 to make that first move. And every move that COVID-19 makes, well, when Dead Silence isn't being activated, it is a very loud one. And I think COVID-19, whether they mean to or not, they may have just outplayed, aligned by EOD, maybe not anymore. COVID-19 is spotted out, now stuck between 3 players, and it just doesn't work out when you're in that position. Great play from aligned by EOD to not overplay the hand, just wait for the remaining player in COVID-19 to make a move, and that is exactly what happens. Perfectly played there by aligned by EOD. Now Racket. 2-1 down at the end of their defensive run. Now they move towards the offense. Or, sorry, actually, switch moving towards the defense. They were the ones on offense there. Aligned by OD are now the ones that are going to be forcing the issue here. What do they do? Straight towards B, it would seem. And actually, nobody on Racket has actually taken that journey towards B to defend that site. This will enable Aligned by OD a free plant. Now the question is, how quickly do they recognize it? Not quickly enough, it would seem. Sir Sly is ready to defend this B site from the steps. Going to use the wonderful lean feature that Infinity Ward have put in the game for us here, the players of Modern Warfare. To check that corner with a little less. And oh my god, a 1 burst from Sir Sly. Going to pick up that first kill, snaps onto the second. Unfortunately, those shots do not connect. But yet still, you have Jib and GK David now going to have to retrieve that bomb. Makes a little bit of noise. And I think this really is the only hope you feel for Aligned by EOD here. Jib just moving Sir Sly away from that window so they can retrieve their bomb. That has worked so perfectly because GK David picks up said bomb. Is now looking to plant it towards this B site. Got to be careful though, because now you've got Sir Sly coming in from the flank, and there it is. The shots come in. GK David is out of the round, and it's now Jib in a 1 versus 3. Bomb was about 50 to 60% of the way to being planted. But again, this 1 versus 3, you feel like Racket will have all these angles covered. Sir Sly's on the half wall. Jib's going to make it across this bomb site, and as soon as this player peeks out, surely they are dead to rights. And there it is. The high alert's going to alert him, but not fast enough to deal with that one. And a great win there once again from Racket, as they now tie this map up 2 for 2. A very close search and destroy so far. Methodical play from both sides. Racket now on the defense once again. Again, this is aggressive play from them, but aligned by OD, they've changed their strategy here. Beforehand, they went to B. Now it is straight towards A. A's being thrown out. Gunfight's going down, but no shots really connecting. And there it is. First blood coming out from COVID-19 in on the flank. Jib is really, really weak attacking this gunfight. Chris Juggernaut takes down GK David elsewhere. And now it's Jib down, left up on the bridge. Is going to employ the stim to get away from this gunfight. And actually somehow manages to get away with their life. Looking for that first blood. Doesn't find it. COVID-19 comes swing around the corner. Gets the kill. And Racket now 2 rounds straight are going to be 3-2 up here in Search and Destroy. Now the last defensive round for Racket before we switch sides, aligned by OD haven't been that successful on their offenses, it would seem. They need to get 1 win. If not, Racket will give themselves a 2-round advantage. And again, in a close affair like this, that is actually quite big. Once again, though, you do see aligned by OD. They have been gifted a free plant over towards B. This time, they need to be more proactive with it. And again, you see them. They're scared by that first blood. Surslide does a great job of not even really dominating the map, just preventing aligned by EOD to plant this bomb. Now you're going to see a personal radar coming out from El Conquistador. Has got 3 kills in a row. 3 passing rounds. The shots go in. Actually spots Chris Juggernaut on the stairs. And now it comes down to a one-on-one engagement. COVID-19 takes out GK David at El Conquistador here. Has to be very careful. Stun goes out. That's not going to connect with anything. COVID-19 surely going to get moved away with that nade. 19 now on the half wall. Oh, it's going to have heard El Conquistador, and this is big from COVID-19. Goes to the corner, gets the kill, and that's a beautifully played kill. And that, folks, is why you utilize your dead silence. I mean, it's there. He had it ready to go. COVID-19, though, outplays El Conquistador so well. Now 4-2 up are Racket. Remember, guys, they're already 1-0 down in this series. Aligned by ABD. They took that first map 6-3. Racket win this one. They force a map number 3 in the best of 3. Now Racket, what can they do here? Again, it is straight towards A. Have to be very careful because Jib has a great line of sight with that M4A1 on the bridge. Has just spotted out Chris Juggernaut too. That call will most certainly be made. That is a great call to make for Jib as well. A great line of sight that I haven't actually seen before. Snap. First shots go down. Jib gets them perfectly on the surf slide. He misses all of theirs. Now 3 versus 2 already. But what Jib isn't aware of is the fact that Chris Juggernaut has already made his way onto the site. And there's the kill for Chris Juggernaut. Takes Jib down. It is now 2 versus 2 here. Chris Juggernaut versus El Conquistador, and GK David has COVID-19 as backup. Has to be very aware of the fact that they are so far split up. COVID-19 could actually catch El Conquistador up on the flank, does so, and that's going to leave GK David in a 1 versus 2. MP5 in hand. What can they do? Dead Silence has actually been activated. Surely not. Oh my god, I thought we were going to see a ninja defuse there. It doesn't happen. GK David actually jumps on the bomb, has a little light bulb moment. I think you could actually see the light bulb appear above their head, but unfortunately Chris Juggernaut actually has thermal, which is kind of funny. Didn't expect that at all, to be honest. Thermal play. Great counterplay coming out here from Racket, as now they are 5-2 up in this one. Aligned by UD need a perfect search and destroy to force a win in this map. If not, they will see a game number 3. Of course, it is now going to be Racket once again on the defense. And in the offense, sorry. I do kind of feel like aligned by OD. They're not the best on Ramasa. That much has been made clear here. Racket, though, going to get this bomb down rather quickly. Sursly going to move straight onto the site. El Conquistador going to take COVID-19 down. Jib responds very quickly, takes down Sursly, and is straight away down to Chris Juggernaut in a 1 versus 3 to defend this bomb. Gets the first kill, the second right there in Jib, and going to get the kills. But 60% of that defuse was made. It's down to GK David in a 1 versus 3. No dead silence to use. So all of this noise that GK David makes, it is going to be so much. But if you can just jump on the defuse, so GK David, please jump on the defuse. Please do not. Please jump on it. You have 14 seconds left. Just do it. Because Chris Juggernaut is watching that bomb. You only need to defuse for like 2 seconds. Please, GK David. Please. Oh my word. You just need to jump on the defuse. You just need to jump on the defuse. Chris Juggernaut is well aware of it. The round has been won. Chris Juggernaut is going to do it for Racket. GK David just doesn't want to defuse for whatever reason. And Chris Juggernaut pulls off a 1 versus 3 to win the game. What a performance there by Racket. Statistically speaking, Chris Juggernaut is the MVP for Racket there in that game. And a line by UD. I don't understand. I don't get it. GK David, man, you were so close to pulling off the 1 versus 1. You literally needed 2 seconds of defuse. I mean, I don't know the exact amount, but 2 seconds of defuse time was all was needed. And I genuinely feel if GK David would have just jumped on the bomb, they probably would have had time to get away with the defuse and at least survive to see round number 9. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, and Racket have a more dominant victory here on Ramasa than Align by You did in map number 1. So 1-1 in the series now, folks. We're going to be moving into map number 3, the decider between these two teams, and we wouldn't have it any other way. It's going to be St. Petrograd. That is going to be the battleground between these two rosters. Again, we've already seen one St. Petrograd today, and it is a very very fun map to cast and to watch. Again, it is one of these competitive maps from Call of Duty League. It is very very fun, just like Ramasa. I will say, just like I said earlier on, if this was a regular sort of competitive Call of Duty match, you would see teams just generally just bombing it towards the A-bomb site, both on offense and defense, and that's kind of how the fight would go down. If the offense team doesn't manage to make it into A, then you would see what we call a rotation towards the B site. That's not actually how these maps go here with the sort of the casual rule set that's being played. I think with a lot of the weaponry, it sort of opens up a different level of play to what we see in competitive Call of Duty. So what we're seeing now, I feel, is a lot more tactical, a lot more slow-paced gameplay, sort of akin to what you would see maybe in a public match or what have you. So I really like that here. This sort of the B-bomb site is seeing a lot more play from teams on this map. I mean, who knows? Maybe they've actually watched the Call of Duty League. Maybe they actually think, hey, teams don't actually go to B all that much. Maybe this is how we can kind of get people off guard. But of course, I suppose the one good thing, I suppose, for the defense is that they normally do have somebody sitting at the back of the map, normally actually to watch the crossover towards A, but it's kind of there as a double to watch B at the same time. So it's a 50-50. We'll see what happens. But again, A is the preferred bomb site on this map if you're on offense. But 1-1 in the series now between these two sides. Again, I pointed out beforehand Sir Silly and El Conquistador as the MVPs. I think it's pretty much turned out that way in this series. Chris Juggernaut had their moment to shine, though, in the prior map. Really a shining start for Racket. And right off the start here, we actually have a sniper rifle coming out from El Conquistador. This is high-level play, of course, because this line of sight is actually one of the lines of sight in Modern Warfare that is so tailored towards sniper rifle play. El Conquistador not going to be all that effective. As a matter of fact, Jib going to land a well-placed Semtex on the Chris Juggernaut. GK David takes out Sir Slight with the FAMAS. And now it's down to COVID-19. The car bomb not actually going to connect. The RPG goes nowhere. And now COVID-19 still in a 1 versus 3. Gets one. Unfortunately, I think that was actually a meat shield there coming out from that remaining aligned by EOD player. You're going to see it. Jib gets behind El Conquistador, and none of those shots hit them, and that means that Jib's going to be able to finish that kill. Walks away from the fight with the kill intact. Now, a 1-0 start from a line by EOD here on St. Petrograd. Again, I want to kind of see what El Conquistador can whip up with these snipes, if of course they still actually have the sniper rifle out, which they do. I believe it is an overkill play. Smoke coming down from Racket. They believe this will protect them from the snipes, and then immediately, actually, it does. The third shot, all 3 players walk by. El Conquistador doesn't quite have the brass ones to take the shot. Chris Juggernaut going to start things strong in this round, of course, taking out GK David over towards A. Jib presses Semtex out, just going to try and push Racket away from the site. Now, I suppose the good thing about the A site on the defense is that you can essentially just watch it from afar. You don't actually need to push that far up to get it. Jib just keeps on putting shots down. Elsewhere, El Conquistador from up top from apartments picks up a beautiful 2 pieces, now down to a 1-on-1 engagement. Sly and El Conquistador hit. El Conquistador just pre-aiming every single hallway imaginable. There's still a wealth of time for Sly to work with here. Sly goes for the pre-aim. Apartment sees him and gets the one burst. That FAMAS is so beautiful. And aligned by EOD there, you think they might win that one-on-one engagement, but just look how slowly Sly goes for this. The FAMAS gets him the kill. Now a 3 versus 3 between these two sides. Racket versus aligned by EOD. Aligned by EOD straight towards A. Racket straight towards B. Sly and Chris Juggernaut making their way slowly. Of course, you have COVID-19 in the mid-map providing some lovely coverage with that M4. Of course, we'll have already spotted out Jib, who made that cross from the mid-map. Maybe not the right time to move though, COVID, as they go right into the line of sight of Jib. El Conquistador picks up Chris Juggernaut. And now it's down to Sly in a 1 versus 3. Has the FAMAS in hand. I think has a little bit of tenacity too. So that kill jumps right into the MP5 of Jib. And aligned by EOD off the back of a very aggressive defense, end up winning that 3rd round. Actually going to be GK David to pick up that final kill. So I think everybody on the team there from aligned by EOD actually performing in that round. Moving on now, we're going to switch sides, of course, aligned by AD, now 2-1 up. But we've been in this position before. You take their performance on Ramaza, and it was very similar. They struggled as soon as they went towards offense. Let's see if the same thing happens here. Now, once again, very similar to what we saw on Ramaza. Racket have actually gifted aligned by EOD an entire site to themselves, but it is just how slow aligned by EOD actually are to force these fights. It really works against them. Of course, GK David doesn't actually realize it right now, but they have full control over the A site. The only concern is actually Sly, who is close with that FAMAS. Shots go down. FAMAS is actually going to connect onto El Conquistador. Trade is made, so COVID-19 now left up in a 1 versus 2. Coming in from behind, COVID-19 can get those shots off, and they do. RPG goes out, doesn't connect with GK David. GK David gets away, and now all GK David has to do is just defend this site. Don't get overzealous. That's all you need out of GK David here. Just do not get overzealous. All you need to do, literally all you need to do, is just defend that site. I believe COVID-19 is being very cautious with this as well. 19 seconds now left on the clock, and I think GK David knows this too. Is playing to defend the site, walks away from the fight. Just walk away from the fight. Do not challenge that, and they do. Actually managed to get away, and surely now there is not enough time for COVID-19. COVID-19 just shouldn't jump on the defuse. GK David cooks up a nade, and again, this is the wrong time for you to cook up a nade. David throws it at COVID-19, doesn't win the fight. And again, those are the heads-up plays where I think Racket are currently ahead of aligned by EOD. They pull out the nade, they pull out the defuse straight away. Beautiful play there to just jump on the bomb, and in any normal scenario, you just run at the bomb. If you die, you die. And not GK David's way of thinking there, and aligned by AD now give up that round. Once again, question here for me is how do aligned by EOD play this offense? Because time and time again, they've actually got control of A without even realizing, and that seems to have been the case straight away. You have to be rather careful though. Of course, it is Chris Juggernaut once again, who is keeping an eagle eye on that A site. The reload comes in. GK David actually, if they jump up, will notice Chris Juggernaut on the site. And I don't think Chris Juggernaut has been noticed here, so this is going to be a real key player, I feel, in this round. Racket look pretty good. COVID-19 takes out El Conquistador. Chris Juggernaut with the thermal off the back of the smoke, looking for these kills. Can't quite find them. Have to walk away from the fight for now, but elsewhere, Sly takes down GK David. It's just down to Jib now in a 1 versus 3. Getting shot at from 2 different directions, and stuck between a rock and a hard place, gets crushed. And Racket now 3-2 up here over aligned by EOD. It has looked so good for this Racket side, and even though they only have a 1 round advantage, they just look like the better team at the moment. Line by AD, what can they do in this scenario? Again, they are 3-2 down. Jib with that bomb in hand. This is their last offensive push. Surslight actually throws a bouncing Betty over towards A, but here we see Racket on a much more aggressive A push. Chris Juggernaut falls foul to a lovely nade from GK David. Surslight now has the angle onto GK David. Unfortunately, that's a clean round for a line by AD. And I was going to say, fortunately there, Surslight gets a little bit too aggressive. It's actually going to be Jib coming in from behind to finish that kill. I thought it was actually GK David, but Jib comes in for a flank, for a double team. Now 3-3 here. Aligned by OD have made this extremely close. We switch sides once again. It is now Aligned by OD on the defense. We're going to see El Conquistador, who has not been that successful with this sniper rifle. Once again, watching the cross. They need to be a little bit more decisive with their picks. You feel none of them going to connect. Once again, it is Racket making a full cross. One player is still tempting fate. El Conquistador has their number up top. Shots going down. M4A1 not going to do it. El Conquistador, you have a sniper rifle in the back pocket. Why are you pushing that gunfight with an M4A1? Now, though, GK David already winning first blood in this round. Jib follows up with another onto COVID-19, and now it is Chris Juggernaut in a 1 versus 3 here. That thermal MP5 in hand. There's the smoke down, their secret weapon, the lovely combo, the smoke and the thermal. Throw back to the days of Bizzup. If anyone watched Black Ops 2 competitive Call of Duty, that's a very classic strategy. But aligned by AD now 4-3 up in the search and destroy. A nail-biting conclusion here to the penultimate match of day 1 of week 2 of the Agency Showdown here by Activision Blizzard Media. Racket with the round disadvantage. They are the ones that need to pull first. Now I like this from Aligned by EOD. You can actually see how aggressive GK David is getting. Not the player you would actually expect to get aggressive. I feel like the player that needs to learn a little bit the most, I would say, on Aligned by EOD. How does GK David take this A push? Because the gamble is actually the correct one to make. It is going to be A where they go, and GK David pounces onto COVID-19 in from behind. Personal radar now coming out from GK David. A thrown out from Chris Juggernaut is going to make GK David weak elsewhere. Surslight takes down Jib in from behind, takes down GK David too. And it's now down to El Conquistador here to stop this plant, and they will do before it is down. Second right in front, not going to get away. And Chris Juggernaut closes that round out. It is 4-4, folks. This is a very close search and destroy. Racket now on offense for the final round before they switch for the last time in this game. Aligned by EOD need to strike first, and they don't. COVID-19 takes down Jib with a well-placed M4. El Conquistador now looking to respond. It is GK David, it falls, and then now it definitely is El Conquistador to respond. Takes down COVID-19 with the M4A1. Shots going down from Silly. The shot's coming down, and a well-placed stun from El Conquistador. Takes down Surslight. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Juggernaut goes for the kill. El Conquistador with a 1 versus 3. So perfect. Oh my word. El Conquistador with a shred of a 1 versus 3. What a perfect clutch. And now, Aligned by UD off the back of that are on map point here. Match point, as a matter of fact. The one more round win to put them through. Can they find it? That is the question. And line by UD. Now moving towards this A-bomb site. Chris Juggernaut once again trying to play sneaky. And use the lean feature, put some shots into Jib. Of course, that is only going to alert a line by UD as to where that player is. Then it goes out, takes the car bomb away. But no kill to be made from it. Stun now going out as well. This one-on-one for his Jib is so crucial. But now it's just down to Chris Juggernaut. And of course, all that utility thrown out from Chris is going to alert a line by EOD to where they are. GK David is now going to employ a personal radar. That's surely going to reveal Chris's position here. Right under Chris's nose, that A-bomb site goes down. And it will be in a line by EOD win. What a win there. 6-4 performance. Well done to them. Congratulations. The third team through to the top 8 here, to the quarterfinals in the Activision Blizzard Media Agency Showdown. You're going to see that final kill there made by Jib. Chris Juggernaut actually was kind of under the noses for a long time in that round. But I called Elkin Costadori. I can't even say his name half the time. Elkin Costadori as the MVP of the Aligned by EOD side, and absolutely proved it there in that final game. 11 kills to their name. Again, finishes MVP in the third match of the night. Congratulations to Aligned by EOD. They will be going through as our third member of the top 8 and would be the third team in the quarterfinals. So congratulations to them. Commiserations to Racket. Top 16 is not a bad placement whatsoever. That being said, guys, that is our third match done for the night. We'll have another match coming very shortly. After this quick break, we'll have Farm Team going head-to-head with the Offlands. Hey everyone, welcome back to Activision Blizzard Media's first esports tournament, the Agency Showdown. If you're just joining us here on the Agency Showdown, you've missed a hell of a great 3 matches tonight. Of course, we've had Racket coming out and performing very well just now against Aligned by EDM, but unfortunately for them, Aligned by EUD actually just about came out on top. Of course, before that, we had the Inner Circle and you and we tried to get through to the top 8 also. Remember, all of these matches this week, all these matches today and tomorrow will be round of 16 matches, of course, qualifying for the top 8. We already have 3 of those top 8 teams. Let's get a 4th in. Of course, our 4th and final match of the day will be Farm Team versus the Oft Patents. These 2 teams, to me at the very least, are very different teams. Now, again, this is kind of from the analysis that I did before coming into the series. Farm Team have had the cleanest performance out of anybody. In this entire tournament so far, all of the 16 matches we had in the round 32, Farm Team had the cleanest first match roundup against the 4 p.m. clean outside. They went 6-0, 6-0 against them in successive search and destroys on Crash and St. Petrograd. It was destruction. There was no other way about it, right? Off Patterns, they had a bit of a harder time, I think. It was actually in day number 1 when we saw Off Patterns take on the Mad Dogs. It was a 2-1 series. They actually lost in round 11 on backlog to kick things off. And then, of course, carried on with a 6-5 victory and a 6-3 victory on Ramasa and St. Petrograd, respectively. So, Off Patterns, while a better squad, in my opinion, than Mad Dogs, it was a very, very close affair there. So, how that'll translate to this matchup, I don't know. But I'll do what I always do, which is pick out 2 players that I think are going to be the big performers on these 2 rosters. I'm going to call out Hendrix on the Farm Team side. They were pretty good against Off Patterns, very good, as a matter of fact. And for Farm Team, I will say Crystal and Mama. I love the name, Crystal and Mama. What a name, by the way. The fact that I've got to call Crystal and Mama is just, it's amazing. I love the creative names that these guys come up with, and I love that one in particular. And I also love the way that Crystal and Mama actually played when they were playing Mad Dogs. They were an incredible team. And again, Crystal and Mama, that's the player to look out for. But we are actually going to be going, ironically enough, into Talsic Backlot. And if you were just listening to anything I said, you will know that this is actually the map in which they lost. The Off Patterns actually lost to Mad Dogs. They lost it in round 11. This was the only map they actually lost to them, of course, because it was a best of 3. They ended up coming back and winning maps number 2 and 3. But the point is, Backlot, to me, I think Backlot is actually an Achilles heel to a number of teams. The amount of times we've seen it and teams just do not have a good go on this at all, I think it actually was the downfall of Flicka a fair few times, both in their first match and in their second. But the Off Patterns here need a better performance on Backlot. Farm Team, of course, going to be starting things strong with the bomb in hand. They are the ones who will be moving first on the offense. Let's see what they can do with it. Right off the bat here, they're going to be moving towards the B site. The Off Patterns have 1 player ready to watch the cross. That is going to be Crisp Lil Mama. The only player in the mid-map. They get on top of these boxes, they'll be able to see this. But this is what I don't like, to be honest, from Farm Team, right? They take a little bit of time to make their way up the map. Doesn't matter all that much. Farm Team now, though, are going to be able to get there. They luckily managed to escape before Crisp Lil Mama can deal any damage out. And now Beeman going to be able to get this bomb down. How quickly do the Off Patterns react? That is the question, of course. Hendrix going to get right into that fight with Crystal and Mama. Great fight win, too. Now Crystal and Mama down. Of course, it's going to take a while for SFH and a Blatant Shrimp to make their way over from the B site. Of course, now 25 seconds left. Beaumont takes down SFH. It's just down Blatant Shrimp in a 1 versus 3. And with 20 seconds left, you essentially need a miracle to enter into the site without dying. Of course, does actually have the stim shots to work with, so I don't know why you wouldn't try it. As a matter of fact, first shot goes down, takes down Beaumont with a headshot, but now you've got to jump on the bomb before it hits 5 seconds, and surely not possible. The M13 just isn't that powerful, and Farm Team, well, they're going to win that first round. And again, off the back of, to be fair, they had a very, very slow push towards that A site there. I kind of expected something to go wrong. Fortunately for them, though, it doesn't. And Now the off patterns here. 1-0 down in this game. Farm team have started this one very strong. See what they can do in round number 2. Hendrix again started 2-0 with the Ram 7 in hand. Again, looking to use this bomb, but I don't think Farm team are anywhere near as sure of where they want to take it this time around. And I will say one thing, the off patterns are doing a much better job of actually keeping an eye on proceedings. Crispell and Mama again in the exact same spot, able to be a lot more effective in round number 2. B-Man is down for the count. SFH now over towards construction. Maybe the catalyst in this round, but Crispell and Mama are now down. Bowman is going to be responsible for that one. And I will say one thing for sure is both players on both rosters extremely split up here. Regardless of what happens, there will not be any trades. SFH looking for this one-on-one engagement versus Hendrix. Not going to find it like that. Might actually get the timing onto Bowman. Surely will have heard that as Bowman comes sprinting around the corner. SFH absolutely in the best position for the off patterns here to pounce onto Hendrix. No way. The first shot's surely going to come in any second. Hendrix just spotted him out, but it doesn't matter. SFH wins that fight. And now Bowman in a 1 versus 2 gets the first kill. Has a lot of space to move. You can see on your mini-map that number 8, Blatant Shrimp, is so far away, but Bowman going to be careful regardless. Maybe a little bit too careful, because that moment of hesitation will actually remove a moment for Bowman to walk away from the side. But Blatant Shrimp enters anyway. A nade thrown out, the MP7 in, and Blatant Shrimp wins that fight. Perfectly played from Blatant Shrimp. You're going to see it here, the defuse coming in, and the off patterns are going to tie this search and destroy up at 1-1. And for the first time here across this tournament, of course, it only took 2 rounds in their match versus the off patterns, but they have finally lost a search and destroy round. Of course, you've got to remember that Farm Team was 6-0, 6-0 against 4 PM cleanout. The off patterns providing, I think, a much bigger challenge here in their round of 16 game. The off patterns, though, now on defense for the final time. Of course, it is every 3 rounds in which we switch sides. What do Farm Team do? It's a big question. Well, it seems right now they're kind of content with just sitting back. They're still kind of assessing their options here, but a lot of time has already fallen out of the round. 45 seconds gone. Crispell and Mum are going to draw first blood for the off patterns here, the Farm Team side. Now, of course, running out of options here. Hendrix and Bowman with bomb in hand, maybe angling towards a B push. But you have to be decisive. Blatant Shrimp has actually spotted out Hendrix now. The call will be made to Crispell and Mama, who will surely pounce any second. Crispell and Mama are actually going to be putting shots down. Hendrix surely going to be able to capitalize here on a very aggressive SFH, and does do so. Now a 2 versus 2. Hendrix and Beaumont somehow have brought this level in terms of man count. Hendrix brings it actually in their favor as Blatant Shrimps gets taken down. It's up to Crisp Little Mama now. 1 versus 1 against Beaumont. What can Crisp Little Mama do? Hendrix down for the count. 15 seconds for Beaumont to do something. Crisp Little Mama comes around on the flank, spots out Beaumont, knows exactly where that last player is, and perfectly played there from Beaumont. Crispell and Mama, sorry, the Rampage MP5 variant going to finish off the round. Living up to their tag there. As the off patterns are going to finish their defensive run 2-1 up. Now, what can they do on the offense, of course? Teams that are successful on normally are successful by running straight towards the A site. That seems to be the case here for the off patterns as they do draw that first blood. Hendrix, though, who is, again, the best performer on Farm Team, starts this round very strongly, takes out Blatant Shrimp and SFH with a great entry onto the A site. And now Crispell and Mama down in a 1 versus 2. I don't think they know it, But it is just Hendrix that they have to deal with over towards A. The dual pistols in the secondary. The shot's coming out and Hendrix is going to fall. And that's why dual pistols are so strong. Now Crispell the Mama in a 1 versus 2 here. She spots out Demon. Gonna stim shot to get away from the fight. Pre-aiming for the shots. The shot's coming down. None of them really connecting. Crispell the Mama gonna come around the corner with the dual pistols and finishes the gunfight. Crispell the Mama again. This is why they are the MVP for me on this lineup. The heads up play just to bring those guard ones out. Works very well. It's now the off patterns. 3-1 up here. Can they further their advantage in this game? Well, it would seem so. A lovely place nade from SFH onto Hendrix. And now 3 versus 2 straight off the bat here. Farm team have been cornered right into A. Bowman is down for the count. It's just down to B-Man, who is looking to earn their first kill in this game. Crispell Mama, SFH, and that blatant shrimp. Going to be planting over towards the B site. Beeman. Here and now, what can they do in a 1 versus 3 again? They're looking for the first kill in this search and destroy. I've actually activated Dead Silence, and this is the kind of tier 1 play that you want to see out of somebody like Beeman, who's in a 1 versus 3. Going to entry onto the site. Surely now, though, going to get taken out in the first fight. And that's actually probably not the fight you want to pick as the first. It takes a 1-on-1 against Chris Little Mama, who is working with some crispy shots. Chris Little Mama able to make Beeman the daddy and finishes off that round in a lovely fashion. Now off patterns 4-1 up here. What can they do? They have had a perfect search and destroy, and this is their last offensive round before we switch sides once again. And would you look at that? They're being gifted this A site all to themselves. Now, one thing I'll say, I think teams have really struggled to actually make use out of 3 bomb site plants so far in this tournament. That may be the exact same thing again for the off patterns who have an A plant. They've had it for about 30 seconds now. Still haven't planted the bomb down on this A site. Maybe finally Crispell and Mama will actually do it. There you go. Finally going to go plant this on A. But it's already given farm team a little bit of room to breathe in terms of a little bit of flexibility, I should say, in terms of retaking this site. Here we go. Straight onto the site for a Beaumont. Gets the first kill. Gets away with a life. A lovely place. Proximity mine is surely going to go off as blatant shrimp comes at Beaumont. But Beaumont is shredding right now. And Crispell and Mama in a 1 versus 2. Has the MP5. Has the dual pistols. Surely Demon doesn't just go for this plant. And he does. Crispell and Mama, though, has their number. And the off patterns here are just now 1 round away from taking this one 6-1. A dominant performance. And this is not how I expected this to go. Again, you got to think. Farm team came into this one the only team across the entirety of this tournament that was flawless in their search and destroy performance in round number 1. They went 6-0, 6-0 against 4 PM Cleanout. Now, granted, they didn't play either of those maps on backlot, which I think has been, again, as I said before the start, one, the Achilles heel of a number of teams. Will it prove to be so again here? The off patterns now 5-1 up on search and destroy. Just 1 more round. They move forward, and oh my god, is that a what is that? Oh my goodness, it is a gunship from Crispell and Mama. 12 kills straight. Well, I think this round is done, to be honest. Hendrix now, where is Hendrix? He's going to be able to plant a bomb over on A. Now, this is actually probably the right strategy to make, because it does actually presume that Blatant Shrimp is the only player actually outside of the gunship. So essentially reduces this down to a 1 versus 1, but Hendrix is now down. Got to be careful of that proximity mine, Blatant Shrimp, and they will be. Just jump on the bomb, Blatant Shrimp. Close this round up, and they will do. I don't think they're going to bother wasting it. But what a streak from Crystal and Mama. Actually going to earn an ace in round number 7 there. Going to be able to close out for the off patterns in the search and destroy 6-1. What a performance from the off patterns there. You really, really have to give it to them. I mean, that was so great. And again, statistically speaking, I mean, I call them Crystal and Mama. They are the MVP of this off-patterns lineup, and this is exactly why. 14-2. That is an incredible performance from Crystal and Mama, and I've really got to call them out there. A great play for them. And also, I mean, look, I know you've got a streak, you're going to use it, but for me personally, I think that's just such a heads-up play just to bring it out and just cover up what is essentially a great bomb site defense. So really well played from the off-patterns. They come out swinging and dominate Farm Team 6-0. I mean, it was only round 2. I was talking about Farm Team losing their first round. Now they've lost their first map, and they've lost it like that. That is just insane from the off patterns. So congrats to them. Already 1-0 up in the series. Let's see how the series carries out, though, of course, because we do have Gunrunner Search and Destroy coming up next for our second map in the series. Now, again, for those of you who don't know, this is a Call of Duty League map. It is played on the professional Call of Duty League circuits played by the franchise teams. So all your favorite names, you know, from those of you from LA, you'll have the Optic Gaming, you'll have the LA Gorillas. Even if you're in New York, you've got the Subliners. All your favorite names they play on this map. Now, Gunrunner Search and Destroy, it's actually one of my favorite maps in the game. Again, it is played on all 3 competitive game modes. It's so good. It's so perfect. It's so well balanced. And I've really got to give Infinity Ward a pat on the back for actually designing this map because it's so nice to play. Moreover than that, though, again, of course, as I said, Call of Duty League map, and if you guys do want to watch some Call of Duty League action, you can do so on the YouTube. It's going to be youtube.com/Call of Duty League, or I think it's just COD League, actually. But I believe that if you do want to watch some, every single weekend, I think there's one form or another, some COD action going on. I think this Sunday, actually, they're covering the Challengers Cup. So that's going to be the amateur teams fighting it out. So the top amateur teams in North America, APAC, and Europe is covered by Challengers. So make sure you watch that on Sunday. And of course, the Call of Duty League goes on every 2 weeks anyway at the moment. So that's some nice coverage that is ongoing. For now, though, we have the Activision Blizzard Media Agency Showdown going on right here. And the off patterns looking to be our 4th team, joining you and we tried the Inner Circle and aligned by EOD in the top 8. Of course, by the end of the night, we'll have half of our field in the quarterfinals already, and that's it feels like March, right? You know, March is just the month where everything just flies by so quickly. This is how it feels right now. It feels like this night has flown by so quickly, and I'm kind of sad that it's going to end with this matchup versus the farm team versus the off patterns. But will it earned in a map number 2? That is the question for me. Well, we're about to find out, I suppose. Farm team going to start on offense once again. Now, last game on Talsic Backlot, farm team started off with a first round victory. The off patterns came back and won 6 successive rounds off the back of a great performance from Crystal and Mama. Can they do it again? Well, farm team once again starting this one very strongly. B-Man, Hendricks and Bowman have the bomb and they're going to take it towards A. They've already taken SFH out of the equation. Crystal and Mama and Blatant Shrimp here have to clutch up. Crystal and Mama, of course, who has been the star of the show for the off patterns, needs to really pull something out of that hat. Gets involved in a gunfight with Hendricks. That's, of course, not the fight you want to take. C4 goes out. Going to damage themselves. The stim comes in. It's not going to matter now. Blatant Shrimp left up in a 1 versus 3, and I feel like this might already be done. Maybe not, actually. Could stop this plant if they check the bomb site in time. They don't, but it does get the kill. Blatant Shrimp just going to jump on the defuse. I don't think that was the right call at all, but still a good try. I like the big brass ones that you've got on you to give that a go, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. And you're going to see Hendricks here with a Ram 7 again. The star of the show, actually, for the farm team, closing this one up. 1-on-1. That was actually 1. In this round, though, the off patterns, once again, they're on the defense. Already lost 1 player, and whoa, guess who? It's Crystal Mama. SFH and Blatant Shrimp now on the defense. Of course, Bomb is angling for an A push, or a B push here, sorry, from Farm Team. Hendrix with the bomb in hand is going to get that down pretty much uncontested, and now it's a question of what SFH and Blatant Shrimp can do on the defense. Of course, they've got to make their way back to the bomb site within 40 seconds, reserving 5 seconds for a defuse. That's presuming, of course, you wipe out the opposition on your way. It's actually going to be a pincer movement here from Blatant Shrimp and SFH. One coming from crates, the other coming on a flank. Hendrix takes out Blatant Shrimp, and now it's down to SFH in a 1 versus 2. Shots going down. None of them connecting whatsoever. And the proximity mine almost takes out SFH. I love that dodge. They're actually from SFH. Drops to the ground. I actually called that out on stream last week, that's how you deal with those proximity mines. SFH trying to pull off the 1 versus 3. No kills to be made. And the Farm Team, well, they look to break the curse here. I mean, they lost 6 rounds straight after winning 1 on Tausig backlot. That is far from the case here. 2 rounds straight from Farm Team. They look a little bit more comfortable on this map. And no doubt, once again, down to Hendrix. 4-0 start from this man. You really love to see it. Hendrix has been an absolute player for Farm Team. Can they continue on this performance going into their final offensive round? Farm Team once again have the bomb in hand. And once again, are angling for a B push. And once again, B-Man takes out Crystal Mama. First blood is drawn for Farm Team. SFH unable to respond. That P90 attack is coming in. Actually finishes off the kill against B-Man. No response as of yet from Bowman and Hendrix. Oh my god, Hendrix almost runs past SFH. Not going to happen though. Now it is Blatant Shrimp left up in a 1 versus 2. What can Blatant Shrimp do here? First 2 shots going into Bowman. Almost actually finishes up with the kill. Gonna chuck down that ammo pack. Doesn't actually even utilize it, which is kind of funny. But 35 seconds now for Blatant Shrimp to get this 1 versus 2. The first things first, you want to take out Bowman. That proximity mine could actually backfire. No, none of the shots going to hit, unfortunately, for Blatant Shrimp there. And Farm Team going to start this one flawless. 3-0. The off patterns have literally no response. Now Farm Team here. Once again on the defense. What can they do? Can they extend the lead to 4-0? I mean, what a performance that would be. The answer, probably yes. Beeman strikes first onto Blatant Shrimp. Crispel, Mummer, and SFH now have to 2 versus 3 this. They do not look confident whatsoever. And it is a very slow burn round here. Bowman takes out Crispel and Mummer, SFH. Now in a 1 versus 3. And this offense just hasn't worked out at all. Something clearly is off for the off-pans. And Crispel and Mummer, I feel, just look so uncomfortable on this map. The aggression that they were showing on Tausig backlot just isn't replicated here whatsoever. And SFH now with the P90 in hand. Has to pull off a 1 versus 3. This is a big ask for anybody, let alone a player that is currently performing a 1-3 KD. If Beeman just exits out from this office, this is done and dusted, and it is. Beeman gets that final kill, and Farm Team now 4-0. Well, a 4-0 start for a Farm Team, and I genuinely feel like the difference here is that they've just completely neutered Crispel and Mama. Bowman and Beeman have found their thumbs in between maps 1 and 2. The off patterns just kind of look dead in the water here. I think it is important to note, of course, that we haven't seen a gun runner from either of these two teams in round number 1. We have no idea how they play on it whatsoever. Hendrix picks up blatant shrimp. And now it is a 2 versus 3. Crystal and Mummer and SFH. Who again, they just lack the aggression. They lack any venom in their attacks. You can even see it from Crystal and Mummer, who honestly, I kind of feel like was playing so much more aggressive in that first map, was playing so much more deadly, and they just don't quite have it here. Farm team, Beeman and Beaumont have had their number every single round. Maybe Crystal and Mummer finds a response here. Can be running around. Spot. Oh, does he put out Hendrix? They do, finally. And finally, a win here for Crystal and Mummer. A kill that goes their way. And the off patterns now maybe have a chance to move this bomb towards A. Have to be very careful because Beeman and Beaumont are over there defending the site. SFH about to run into the fight. Surely SFH wins that, and they do. Beeman now down for the count, and it is down to Beaumont in a 1 versus 2. Has been naded by Crystal and Mummer. Shots going down, but Crystal and Mummer are going to win that one. And now the off patterns. Well, guess what? They've won a round. They finally found their form in this one. Well, the off patterns now have finally found a round in this search and destroy. Maybe they can continue that trend going into round number 6. Again, they are back on the offense for the final time before we switch sides. Crystal and Mummer, who was the star of the show last round. I think the key to victory here for the off patterns is to have Crystal and Mummer win a one-on-one engagement versus Hendrix. It's quite simple, really. Be very careful because I actually believe that there is a player right outside the window. And there it is. Beeman picks up blatant shrimp, goes for the second kill. Is going to get it onto Crystal and Mummer. And now SFH left up in a 1 versus 3. This was so quick. Of course, Beeman will have already made that call as to where SFH actually is. Hendrix, Beeman and Beaumont now in a 3 versus 1. What can they realistically do? Because SFH here is I don't even know if they're really going to push this, to be honest. I mean, they do. There's nothing that they can realistically do. Still, they're going to try. First kill is pretty much served up right in front of them. That's Beaumont down for the count. A wealth of time to work with here for SFH. 45 seconds. Of course, as soon as they enter to get the bomb, Beeman is going to be there, and Beeman with the ace in the round. Perfectly played. Farm team now on map point. And hey, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here, folks. Because I swear we just saw a 5-1 victory for the off-pants in the previous game. Of course, it ended up being 6-1 in round number 7. Maybe history is going to repeat itself, but on the other side here, because farm team looking pretty good. Seems to have really found their form. Let's see what the off-pattern can do though on the defense once again. SFO is out of nade. It only connects with one. Doesn't actually pick up the final kill. This farm team's still intent on making this move towards A. And here we see Hendrix with the streak. Looking to get that first kill. Unfortunately, actually doesn't connect with anything. So that's actually the worst cruise missile I've seen in quite some time. Farm team now 5-1 up in this one. The off-patterns. Again, they need a flawless performance. And there it is, Crystal Mummer going to take down Beaumont. That's what they needed, but they need to protect this plant. The bomb is going to go down over towards A. Hendrix actually going to get it down pretty much plant free. The proximity mine going to defend that bomb. And now, off-patterns. What can they do here? Again, I do feel like Crystal Mummer is still key to this retake. That MP5 has been the deadliest weapon that off-patterns have in their armory. Going to be needed once again, but taking long-range shots with the MP5 against the Ram 7, it is risky. Does Crystal and Mummer even spot out Beeman, who's right in front of him? Yes is the answer. Be careful, Crystal and Mummer, because there's a proximity right behind you, and never mind, it may go off. But of course, SFH with the cover. Hendrix is going to get one, but SFH trades, and Crystal and Mummer just going to dump on that defuse. The off-patterns, they are not done just yet. Round number 8, here we come. Well. Farm team here still on map point to tie this series at 1-1 and force a game number 3. Moments gets a well-placed proximity mine down. Hendrix takes out Blatant Shrimp, and now we're already in a 2 versus 3 here for the offhand. Oh, never mind, just a 1 versus 3. And again, I'm not going to call it just yet, but SFH hasn't exactly been successful in these 1 versus 3s. And Crispell and Mama, well, I genuinely feel like it's kind of like a child when they don't have their mama. The off patterns. SFH looking for a 1 versus 3. Shot's going to be revealing where he is, and surely sooner or later the farm team are going to capitalize on that. You can see Beeman getting aggressive. The shot's going in, and Beeman doesn't even let him make it round the corner. It's going to be 6-2, folks, and that means we're going to a game of 3. Farm team going to be coming out on top in that one, 6-2. What a performance. What a game. Beeman going to close it out with the lovely shots onto SFH. And there we are. Well played by the farm team. They are going to tie this one up at 1-1. So great stuff from them. The off patterns, unfortunately for them, not going to be able to close it out in 2. We're going to be seeing a map 3 between these two sides. And again, I feel like the real difference maker there was in the early rounds. Crispell and Mama was just getting shut down. And when he was getting shut down, it was just so tough for this off pattern side to get anything rolling. I feel like, again, that's the key to victory. I feel like less so than it is actually for the farm team. I feel like maybe the farm team are a really complete team, although Hendrix absolutely leads the squad in terms of skill. Beeman and Bowman are still effective. I don't necessarily know if SFH and Blatant Shrimp are anywhere near as effective as Crispell and Mama is on the minimap. And that's the concern for me. I don't feel at the moment like when we get into that game that SFH or a Blatant Shrimp will be able to win a 1 versus 3 or a 1 versus 2 or what have you. So I think, genuinely speaking, you need to play around Crispell and Mama right now if you're the off patterns, because it works so well in Tausig backlot on map number 1. And it didn't work so well in map number 2 when we went to Gunrunner. So we are going to Hackney Yard for map number 3, the third and final map in this series, and of course the final map we're going to be watching on stream tonight, guys. So it's been so fun again casting this one. And I appreciate everyone popping in and saying their wonderful piece in the YouTube comment. It's great to see that everyone is actually, I guess, showing up and showing support for this stream. That being said, of course, map number 3 now is going to get underway. I believe Hackney Yard search and destroy between these two sides. One of these two teams is going to be going on to the quarterfinals. The other one is going to be dropping out in top 16, and that makes me kind of sad. It really gets me where it hurts. Right? It gets me choked up because, again, I've loved casting these guys, and some of the plays that we see. Yeah, it's really something. But again, got to call it for me personally here. This is a story again of as I call it before, Crispell and Mama versus Hendrix. Hendrix is a great player. Crispell and Mama is a great player. Whoever wins those one-on-one engagements is going to come out on top here in Hackney Yard. But without any further ado, let's get it underway. It's going to be Hackney Yard search and destroy. Map number 3 in this series. Let's see what they can do here. Farm team, sorry, once again on the offense. It's going to be Hendrix with the Ram 7 pick up that first blood onto SFH. The off pattern's already in a 2 versus 3 here. See what Blatant Shrimp can do. Very nice first nade, but straight away returned is Beaumont. Takes out Blatant Shrimp with the MP7. Now it's Crispell and Mama on a 1 versus 2 hit. That's the MP5 in hand, or it's actually going to be an M4A1 this time around. Beaumont is down, and guess what? I said it would be down to a 1 versus 1 between Crispell and Mama and Hendrix. I didn't actually mean it literally. That is how this round has turned out. Crispell and Mama is hunting Hendrix down, but the pistol shots come in, and they are fresh, as Hendrix is down for the count. And it is going to be a defuse for the off-pants. A great clutch there from Crispell and Mama. Farm team here. Now right back towards that A site. The off patterns on the defense, looking to perform. Oh my goodness, Beaumont really contributed there to that kill with the RPG. Puts Blatant Shrimp down to what was a very low shred of HP, and a Beeman going to close out the kill. But that doesn't actually totally convince Farm Team. While they seem to have some medium control over at A, and they're now rotating towards B. They've got to be careful. Crystal and Mama, I feel, is ready for this rotation. Not ready enough, it would seem. Beeman able to take him out. And now, as I called before we got into this match, this gives Farm Team a huge advantage. Not only in a 3 versus 1, but they're in a 3 versus 1 against someone who isn't Crystal and Mama. SFH now hasn't historically been all that great in these 1 versus 3s. Does seem to have an idea of where Hendrix is placed. Looks for the first kill, does get it. How quickly does Hendrix respond here? Actually, not quickly enough, but a gunfight in the mid-map. Surely SFH not going to get it, and they don't. Beeman to close it out. And Farm Team now going to tie this one up at 1-1. Well, 1-1 now in this game. Crystal and Mama down for the count right off the bat here, and that's again that big scalp to take as Beaumont going to draw first blood early on. Beeman gets a second. Blatant Shrimp now down, and well, once again, SFH a lot quicker this time, left up in a 1 versus 3. Of course, the worst factor here for Blatant Shrimp is that they're over towards A, while the bomb is being planted over at B. What can SFH do? I think actually being called out by Beaumont in the mid-map, and there it is. Everybody plays their part in that round for Farm Team, as it's going to be them now taking round number 3. And before we switch sides, they will have the advantage. Now it is going to be Farm Team 2-1 up again in this search and destroy. Now, I like how aggressive they actually are being on the defense. This is a strategy that has worked out for multiple teams in the past. You want to get aggressive up top on offense. You just have to be very careful about the entrance from the upper doors. What's Beaumont? Now making the slow move forward. Dead Silence has been activated. Door is open. Crystal and Mama put some early shots in, but Beaumont is there. Crystal and Mama going to turn the corner with the dual pistols. Gets that first blood, but Hendrix a great response. And again, Farm Team, they know how important getting that head is, because now it's so much easier to take out SFH and Blatant Shrimp. Just a 1 versus 2 now for Blatant Shrimp. Going to stim themselves when they haven't taken any damage. Semtex in hand. Not going to decide to pop that one off. It is still a 1 versus 2, and it is still possible. Blatant Shrimp is playing this one very carefully. Do they check that left corner though? That is the question, because Hendrix is there. I don't think it's even going to matter, because Beeman comes around the corner, takes the kill, and Blatant Shrimp is down. The off patterns now 3-1 down in this one. Farm Team once again are looking strong. Once again, now the off patterns 3-1 down. They need to get something going, and they, to be honest with you, they cannot keep on relying entirely on Crystal and Mama. SFH and Blatant Shrimp need to get themselves going, and quickly here, because they lose this game, they're out of the tournament in top 16. Farm Team have looked pretty good though over the course of the past couple of maps. Trying to defend A right here. Force Beeman is the player defending this A site. SFH makes them move slowly towards the site, and actually wins that first gunfight against Beeman. That is a big scout to take. The off patterns here look pretty good, as they now have the move towards A. Bomb is now down. 40 seconds for a farm team to make a retake happen. And Hendrix going to start being strong. Takes out SFH, but Crystal and Mama taking down Bowman is now going to really complicate things for Hendrix, who now needs an ace in the round. Crystal and Mama and Blatant Shrimp here. Not in the right positions. Hendrix actually going to get the first blood against Blatant Shrimp. Now looking for the second against Crystal and Mama. Surely not. Oh my goodness. Crispel and Mum with the Jawlies is going to clutch up, and the off patterns are going to take the round. Jeez. Again, those Jawlies are so overpowered, especially with the kick on him. It kicks up right towards the head. Now the farm team starting this one very good. Again, though, still 3-2 up. The off patterns have just taken the prior round. Maybe they can make this one 3-3 on their last bite at the cherry and their last go at offense. It seemed a little bit slow, and I do kind of like this in a way. You want to take your time with it. You don't want to just mess it up. Because again, you really can't afford to lose rounds against this farm team side. They will punish you. I believe a UAV actually on the map here from farm team is going to give the side some well-deserved positioning. Some knowledge on where this off-pattern side are, and that's actually going to equate into a kill in the grand scheme of things, as Blatant Shrimp now falls out of the round. A 1-6 performance from them. Crispel, Mummer, and SFH now looking for some kind of move towards either A or B. I think they might be angling towards B. You can kind of see Crispel and Mummer starting to look at this rotation as an option. Needs to be very wary regardless of what happens, because Beaumont is covering this mid-map. Of course, the crate does actually cover the line of sight here for a potential rotation, but SFH has to be very careful maneuvering through the middle map. Here it comes, the maneuver comes in. SFH looking for that first blood. If anything, just turns Beaumont's way. And a stun from SFH gets him right down to 1 HP. The stun is actually going to finish off Beaumont. And now we're in a situation where it's 2 versus 2. The off patterns here. Oh my goodness. SFH is having a hell of a round. Takes out Hendrix. Oh god. Beeman just lands an aid onto SFH. But fortunately for the off patterns, Crispel and Mummer is there to pick up slack. And what a perfect play. Crispel and Mummer with the radioactive variant of the M4A1 is going to finish off the round, and we're at 3-3, folks. A very close search and destroy between these two sides once again. Now, portable radar from both sides, I believe, right now. One for Hendrix, and, well, surely it was one for Space there for a moment. But Crystal and Mummer got to draw first blood against Beeman. Big head to take. So once again, now the off patterns here looking to capitalize on that. The bomb is now technically down inside top offices. SFH just sitting in this corner. When this door opens up, that's a good hiding place for SFH to find. Beaumont now that makes them move forward. Hendrix elsewhere takes out Blatant Shrimp. Beaumont now elects to utilize Dead Silence to make them move into top offices. This could be a great element of surprise. Finds it onto Crispel and Mummer. Finds the kill too. Now looking for the second, and I said that this could be the positioning that SFH wanted. Looking for it. Unfortunately, gets a little bit queasy. Tries to go for the drop shot. Doesn't happen. And that is going to be a win from the farm team. That's a big, big round. Oh my god, look how quickly SFH actually went for that drop shot. Jesus. Still though, farm team here. Thor 3 up over the off patterns. Now in the mid-map. Blatant Shrimp. Looking for a flank. We'll run into Bowman. They choose to go around. Instead, it's now going through L. Almost down now, though, over towards A. And the retake doesn't really work for a Blatant Shrimp. Farm team looking good here in this round. This could be the round that separates them. Truly, but Crispell and Mama now in a 1 versus 3. Picks up that first blood. It's this kill onto Hendrix that's really going to matter. Crispell and Mama makes Hendrix weak with C4. Goes in for the kills with the pistols. Unfortunately, double teamed. And now the 2 versus 1 is won by Farm Team on map point here, folks. Our Farm Team. Farm Team now just 1 round away from taking this map, taking the series 2-1 and moving on to the quarterfinals. The off patterns now need a flawless performance. Then again, the key to victory for this squad time and time again has been just keeping Crispell and Mama alive. Can they do it? That's the question. Farm Team, initially angling for an A push, decided now to rotate towards B. This could be very dangerous. Blatant Shrimp, who has not had the best of games, is the player guarding this B bomb site. Now is the time to go off, Blatant Shrimp. You can do this. M13 in hands. Decides to move away from the lean the entirely wrong time as Hendrix peeks the site. Hendrix now takes some shots. Blatant Shrimp is down. The head is rolled. And now the off patterns here have opened up the B bomb site. Bowman takes down Crispell and Mama, and it's all down to SFH in a 1 versus 3. Gets the first blood. The second is running at him. Actually, SFH is given a moment to breathe. Goes for the kill. Gets it. And now it's a 1-on-1 engagement between SFH and Hendrix for the 1 versus 3. Hendrix has the portable radar, is entirely aware of where SFH is. Hendrix is playing off the back of this information too. SFH just going to corner camp here. This is absolutely the play. But again, that portable radar will reveal the positioning for as long as they don't have Ghost. This is a huge 1-on-1. Hendrix is not ready for it, and SFH gets the 1 versus 3 clutch. What a clutch there from SFH. So perfect. And the off patterns here. Wow. Stay alive for another round. I doubted them. I thought that was done. 3 versus 1 scenario, but no SFH. And I actually feel like the problem there for Farm Team was they didn't follow up on the kill. They let him get away. They went for the plant instead. It just doesn't work out like that. You have to be very careful. Deary me, the off patterns going to put another 2 minutes on the overall game timer here as they survive that grilling. Blatant Shrimp not going to survive that one though. Hendrix takes him down for a 10-4 performance from Hendrix. Now it's SFH and Crispell and Mama, the 2 performers for the off patterns, certainly in this game at the very least. SFH has absolutely come to play. Farm Team now in a 2 versus 3, or a 3 versus 2, sorry. All they have to do defense play. Does Crispell and Mama not see Hendrix? Surely Crispell and Mama actually sees Hendrix. Hendrix is going to peek out. Crispell and Mama sees him and punishes. Doesn't actually get the chance to spot Bowman, who is actually just a few meters away. But at the very least now, the off patterns have leveled this out at 2 for 2. Surely. Bowman has been spotted. The shots go down. Crispell and Mama with the crispy shots. And now it's down to Beeman in a 1 versus 2. All Beeman has to do, theoretically, is just defend this side. The shots come in. Crispell and Mama with the ace. And we are going to a round F, folks. This is insane between these 2 sides. Round 11 between these two teams. 1 round for all the beans here. The Off Patents versus Farm Team. Hendrix versus Crisp Little Mama. Is now the time for Blatant Shrimp to come out of their shell. Oh. That might be the play, to be fair. They get an ammo pack down. Full ammo for a Blatant Shrimp. Now the Off Patents here with bomb in hand. They are the ones that have to play aggressor. Speaking of aggressing, just look how far pushed up the minimap Beeman actually is. So though Blatant Shrimp is going to be well aware of it and will have called it out, Beeman now need 1 versus 3 essentially up the minimap. Hendrix, of course, elsewhere, and one player is going to be down. Beeman now throws a nade forward. You can actually see all of these players now starting to maneuver their way towards B. Bowman. Now he's going towards B, gets SFH, and that's a big head to take because now bomb is down. And let's be sight. Crystal and Mama has to go for this retake. Of course, there's not that many seconds left in this round. Blatant Shrimp, though, is going to get the final kill, and the Off Patents are going to take this one in round 11. Congratulations to them. They will be our 4th and final team from tonight's selection of games that will be moving on to the final 8 in the quarterfinals. You're going to see this final kill here from Blatant Shrimp to take it. And again, what a round to sort of pop up here for Blatant Shrimp. They get their 2nd kill in round number 11 to close it out. Congratulations to the Off Patents. They will be going through after a nail biter versus Farm Team. And to be honest with you, I would have been disappointed either way because both of these teams, they deserve to be in the top 8. They are both incredibly great squads, but only one can go through. And this time around, it was the Off Patents. So congratulations to them. They will be joining You and We Tried, the Inner Circle, and Aligned by EOD in the quarterfinals. And that means, folks, that half of the field is filled in for the quarterfinals. That also means that we do also have half of the field to fill in tomorrow. That's going to be great. Of course, we've got Call of Duty versus Paratroopers, Golden Geese versus WQ United, Flavors versus GST Media, and finally Viewability versus Blame It on the Wi-Fi. I believe those are all the matches that we have tomorrow. So do not miss it. I believe we're starting at an earlier time of 4 p.m. EST tomorrow. So make sure you are there for 4 more hours of Call of Duty Modern Warfare action here in the Agency Showdown. But for myself and Fidelity, that is going to be it for day number 1 of week 2 of the Agency Showdown action. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel to get all of the action, and so you'll know when we go live tomorrow. Essentially, that's why you should subscribe to the channel, because it's a good thing to do. But again, thank you to everyone for tuning in for day number 1 of action here in the round of 16. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow for the conclusion of the round of 16.